We are continuing our program, and I want to start the webinar, which is dedicated to the green business trilateral dimension. We have started quite well during the plenary meeting, and I hope we will continue in the same way within the framework of the projects that are now being realized on the borderline territories. The moderator of the event is going to be Håkon Christiansen Moe. The Vice Consul General of Norwegian Consulate General in Murmansk, and me, Vladimir Chizhov. The floor is given to Andrei Kuznetsov, the mayor of Pechenga District Municipality. The floor is yours. Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues, dear friends. This year, within the framework of our cross-border cooperation, we decided to discuss the issues of green ecology, green economy, green business, because it is one of the leading trends, and the environmental agenda is vitally important in cross-border territories. And as we see how active our partners from Scandinavian countries are, we can see that it was the right decision. Many processes in green economy are just starting. This is why we are very much interested in the experience of our neighbors. We have always been quite dedicated to these issues. We have started the new environmental agenda, or the policy, which is aimed to diminishing the impact on the environment. And Evgeny Kurbatov is going to speak about it in further details. We are also going to discuss tourism, because in Nickel, after the refinery was closed, the tourism has become one of the leading vectors of the development of the region. So I hope your fruitful cooperation, new contacts, interesting projects, and also the closest opening of the borders. And the best greetings go to Lena Berging with her birthday.
I would like to then ask Lena Berging, the mayor of Sør-Varanger, to speak. And of course, we would like to wish her a happy birthday as well from the Norwegian Consulate General in Murmansk. Welcome, Lena.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the warm greetings on my birthday. Dear Mayor of Pechenga District Municipality and Inari Municipality, Consul General of Norwegian Consulate General in Murmansk, the second school project development center, all organizers and participants of the webinar. I'm so pleased to greet you all at this webinar on behalf of Sør-Varanger Municipality. I would like to thank you for taking the initiative to hold this webinar on green projects on natural tourism within the framework of Russian-Norwegian Cross-Border Cooperation Days, which has become a good tradition. Though we cannot meet in person, let's make use of the opportunity to meet digitally and discuss the relevant topics for the future development. The future belongs to green projects in energy production, sustainable ways of transportation, and environmentally friendly solutions. The initiative to hold a webinar on natural tourism is also very important and timely, now that we are leaving behind us the tough times we have been through during the pandemic and starting to look ahead. Reduction of greenhouse gases is one of the main political priorities in Norway for the coming period. There is a green hydropower producer in the municipality, Pasvik Kraft, exploiting the water resources of the Pasvik River together with Russian and Finnish colleagues. We are looking forward to learning more about other green projects during the webinar today. The political administration of Sør-Varanger Municipality and the local tour operators have been working hard to establish a thriving tourism industry in the region. The industry was experiencing growth and optimism before the pandemic. Kirkenes, located in the northeastern part of Norway, has been known as the capital of the Barents region and the gateway to the east. The local tour operators have produced a wide range offer of tourist activities to visitors from Norway and abroad. During winter, activities like dog sled trips, snowmobile tours, Northern Light, and king crab safaris are offered. In the summer, you can go fishing for giant crabs and take a river boat trip to the Russian borderline. Kirkenes is the turning point of the Hurtigruten coastal steamer. During the winter season 2018 and 19, the hotels were fully booked by the Asian tourists. Then suddenly, all the activities came to a complete stop in spring 2020. All of a sudden, people were forced to stay home because of a virus, and the tourist branch had to face a new reality with almost no jobs at all. It will be very interesting to learn about the experience of the local travel businesses, including their way of coping with the latest challenge, and focusing on nature tourism, which is the topic of the webinar today. We are looking forward to the presentation on ecology and climate change, green energy and green transport. The trilateral presentation on the status of tourist industry are very interesting as well. I hope that during this short online meeting, the operators will find a possibility to freshen up the existing context and establish new ones. Hopefully draft some new cooperation projects for the future in order to intensify cross-border cooperation. New ideas and new ways of thinking together with trilateral contact network will strengthen our role as green businesses and travel providers in the North. I wish you all a good luck in working for future development of sustainable industries and tourism in the North. And a successful webinar. Thank you so much.
Lena, thank you very much.
Да, Лена, точно так, и мы все сидящие в зале присоединяем.
Yes, thank you very much. And again, everyone sitting here with us want to wish happy birthday to you again. And now our Finnish colleague is going to join us. That is Mari Palalahti, Vice Mayor of Inari Municipality.
Dear Consul, dear colleagues, dear organizers and participants of the webinar, and a happy birthday to Lena from Inari. On behalf of Inari Municipality, I thank the organizers for inviting us and the businesses in our region to participate in this interesting webinar. It's a great pleasure to meet you all online. The theme of this webinar, Green Business, is interesting because green values are important also for us in Inari, in Finland, and in the European Union. We have had several projects on sustainable tourism, both on municipal, regional, and national level. Inari-Saariselkä region is also aiming at becoming a sustainable travel Finland destination. COVID pandemic has strengthened some trends in tourism. One of them is domestic tourism because borders have been closed. Lapland has been a very attractive travel destination for domestic visitors during the pandemic. Another strong trend is the focus on outdoor activities. Hiking and especially national parks have been very popular among domestic visitors. We are lucky to have 2 national parks in our municipality, and they have attracted a significant number of visitors. Lemmenjoki National Park had approximately 18,000 visitors in 2019, and this year the number has risen to 29,000 visitors. Urho Kekkonen National Park had almost 367,000 visitors in 2019, and this year the figure will be over 400,000. One outdoor activity that has increased its popularity a lot is mountain biking, both in summer and in winter. Last year, we started a project where the 7 most important trails in Saariselkä are marked, paper and digital maps are made, and open fell biking products and product packages are planned. When the project started, there were approximately 200 rental bikes in Saariselkä region. This year, the number has doubled to 400. We will arrange an international tourism seminar called Spirit of Inari on the 12th of November. Outdoor tourism and mountain biking are among the topics discussed at the seminar. You are welcome to participate also online. You will find information on the English main page of our website, inari.fi. Another project we have recently started focuses on multi-locality, which means that you can live and work in several places. As we all know, remote work has become a part of our lives during the pandemic. Lapland has been an attractive place for remote working, and we want to enable and improve possibilities for working here. This also means that we need improvements in our infrastructure, for example, better broadband connections and more chargers for electric cars. Tourism is our most important field of business, and our tourism is mainly based on nature. Nature is something we all 3 municipalities share. It's fairly similar in all our 3 regions, with northern lights and nightless nights, and this gives a good basis for deepening our cooperation. Another thing that makes our part of the world interesting and attractive to outside world are differences in culture and in ways of life. If we cooperate in tourism, we can offer much more to visitors. Instead of visiting one destination, they can visit 3 interesting destinations on one holiday journey. This means that easy access between neighboring countries is very important. Hopefully, it will improve and there will be less bureaucracy in border crossings than we have had. This would make real and good cooperation in tourism possible. I hope that there will be a lot of contacts made as a result of this webinar and that this will lead to interesting projects between us. I wish you all fruitful cooperation and a successful webinar.
Спасибо, Мария.
Thank you, Mari. And the floor is given to Håkan Christian Moore. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. The climate change and the environmental protection are one of the most important and serious challenges that we are facing nowadays. And as we well understand, our mutual problems call for mutual solutions. Both Norway and Russia share this problem. In September, the authorities of November suggested investing 11 million Norwegian crowns into green projects in economy. And recently, Vladimir Putin, the president of Russia, has also mentioned that the global development has been not only green, but also sustainable for all the countries without any exclusions. Besides, our countries are now facing have a lot of different renewable energy sources. This means that the so-called green revolution in economy has already started. And the main answer to all the challenges, both ecological ones and economic ones, are the new technologies. Such solutions are quite possible, and they can provide the transfer to a more sustainable economy, the economy which can face the climate change. The private sector is important in solving this issue. For example, new job positions. Some representatives are going to speak of different companies are going to speak about it today. And today's webinar is a unique platform for starting new contacts for cooperation in cross-border cooperation. In nickel, for example, we see here in nickel new solutions implemented for diversifying. And I wish all the participants of the webinar fruitful cooperation. And I know that expanding your knowledge and the cooperation on economy will help you to find some solutions to climate change, to environmental issues. I am sure that within the framework of this webinar, we will find a lot of new contacts that will put basis for our future cooperation in the cross-border regions. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Consul. Distinguished colleagues, I want to say that today we have the representative of a ministry, Foreign Affairs Ministry of Murmansk, Evgeny Galkin. Also, we have Astrid Norum here, the Consul of Norway. And let us move on to our webinar. I would ask all the speakers to adhere to the timing. We have only 10 minutes for each speaker. Many people would like to say many things to us. And we start our seminar with a company which is very important here in cross-border regions, that is Kola Metallurgic Plant. Maxim Ivanov heads this company. He is here, but the floor is given to Evgeny Kurbatov, who is going to speak about the environmental agenda of the company. Evgeny is the head of Environmental Protection Department. The floor is yours.
Уважаемые коллеги, достаточно давно не участвовал. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I haven't participated in such a meeting for quite a long time. And now the restrictions, sadly, do not allow us to share experiences and opinions. But anyways, I wish you good health and all the best. Please let me introduce you my short presentation about our mining and metallurgical company. So please skip to the next slide. Let me remind you of the geographical location of the Kola MMC. It is a leading industrial complex, and it's a city-forming enterprise for Nickel, Zapolyarny, and Mochegorsk. The company possesses an enrichment production, also a melting facility, and the number of employees is almost 8,000 people. Now the technologies of the company. Let's try to picture them as 4 different blocks. The first one is ore. And there we have the nickel concentrate, which is transferred from one block to another. There has also been the installation of the melting facility.
Предыдущий слайд светится. Да, здесь спасибо.
Previous slide, please. Yeah, but there was the deinstallation of the melting facilities in the end of 2020. And the facility where electrolyte copper was produced was deinstalled. The activities of the Kola MMC heavily influences the environmental state of the region, and one of our goal is to stop the emissions of sulfur. So it is one of our priorities for the development of the Kola MMC. And all the projects, all the implementations are always, they always take into consideration the environmental factors and possible effects. On this slide, you can see the dynamics of emissions. Luckily, we have the experience of implementing such projects, which reflects not only the economical aspect, but also the emissions. So have a look at the graphic. It shows the emissions of sulfur dioxide. They have been reduced by up to 20 times. So the emissions have been reduced from 490,000 to 25,000. And in 2022, the emissions will be just about 20,000 tons. So here you can see all the facilities we are discussing and we have. So the refining facilities will be concerned, especially utilizing gases and their management. And also we have projects for deinstallation of the facilities. On the current slide, you can see the... Yeah, please, next slide, please. So, what comes next? So the company and the president of the company suggested a trend to change for the better, for the green economy. And this change is our advantage. It is a global trend that influences not just the reputation of the company, but also its business. We have the program, the environmental program concerning climate change for the upcoming years. And the main directions have already been reflected in these projects. And some projects are being considered for further investment. The program for the preliminary evaluation of the budget consists of blocks concerning environmental change, such as clean water, clean soil, and also biodiversity. The goals of the program is to implement the good solutions and get rid of the problematic aspects of it by following international standards. Now some information about the blocks and the directions. As you can see, it is the clean energy. One of our main goals is to change to the clean energy sources, such as electric heating systems. So essentially, we are decreasing the energy cells, the sources. The budget we need is 10 billion rubles to implement the project. So one of our main projects is to make the air clean, thus the name of the project, Clean Air. And we have this project that takes into consideration the needed values. So there are the investments in the production of sulfuric acid, also oil containments, and the budget of this direction, of this project, is about 10 billion rubles. It's the estimated number. On the next slide, you can see the Clean Water Project. It is about the construction of the cleaning and waste management facilities. We are building them around the perimeter of the MMC in the Monchegorsk area. So essentially, it is we have a strategy, and the budget we have is approximately 15 billion rubles in this case. Next slide, please. Considering the Clean Soil program, so essentially we have main directions here, considering main facilities such as the melting facility in Nikel, the smelting complex capacities, the retirement of the capacities, and also dismantling and recultivation of areas. The budget here is about 16 billion rubles. Now considering waste and waste management. So we have, it is about the change into the changes into management, especially considering the de-installation of some of the facilities. And we produce the valuable components. Considering the budget, in this case, it's about 1.5 billion rubles. The next project is about biodiversity. It's one of the main aspects, and the main focus here is to monitor the ecosystems and recultivating them. So both Pacific and Lapland nature reserves are monitored, and we also want to engage with scientists in this case. So this project is definitely going to be implemented, supported, and followed. The budget is 0.2 billion rubles. And I also wanted to quote the Norilsk Nickel company. By following the principles of transparency, the company cooperates with governmental bodies, with executive bodies, and monitoring bodies, also with media, with stockholders, with population, and all the interested parties. Now, in my own words, we always follow the path of the green economy. So everything reflected in my presentation is actually being implemented. And in the framework of the upcoming years, it is just how it works. So thank you very much. Thank you, Evgeny. Do you have any questions? So let's go to the QA session, probably. But it will happen after the program itself,
Okay.
I think.
So, Oddgeir Danielsen, you participated earlier in the plenary session. Oddgeir is the regional leader of Norway's the Norwegian Russian Chamber of Commerce. In the north, so he is sitting in Kirkenes as we speak. So I will then welcome you to the screen, Oddgeir. We're excited to see you.
Thank you very much, Håkon. I'm pleased to be joining you here today from wintry Kirkenes on the other side of the border. I have sent a presentation. Could I have it on the screen, please? I'm not able to share this presentation by myself. That's why I have sent it in advance. Is it available from your side? No, this is not my.
Nå fant jeg en presentasjon her.
Bra. But to save time, I could start speaking a little bit before the presentation shows up, because I think we have not so much time available. Let me first thank you for arranging this event and also for putting the green transition on the agenda, because that is something that we are very busy with on both sides of the borders. The Norwegian Russian Chamber of Commerce is, for those who don't know, it's the leading business network for Norwegian and Russian companies. And I can assure you that most of our members is fully engaged in questions that has to do with the green transitions. We ourselves, it's of course not doing business with that, but we are promoting and facilitating business cooperation between Russian and Norwegian companies. And we hope to see a lot of more projects within the green field in the coming years. But now it would be quite useful to have the presentation.
Vi har den her straks, det er litt frem og tilbake.
Skal vi droppe den presentasjonen og bare kjøre uten?
Hvis de har en BS-presentatie eller presentatie. Ok. Ja, de har den straks klar.
Ok.
Я уж ровно твою отправила.
Татьяна, 11:09, посмотрите больше.
Я самую последнюю сейчас.
Ну, коллеги, вы понимаете, что мы работаем
Well, colleagues, I think you understand that we don't work head to head, but via the internet, so that's why situations like this can happen.
It's no problem. We are all patient.
Может поступить следующим образом. Мы господина Данельсона чуть отодвинем вниз, а следующие выступающие просто...
Well, maybe we will have some other participant for now while we are looking for the presentation. Is this a possibility? What do you think? And maybe we'll have a different participant for now.
It's no problem for me.
Если мы сейчас...
So now... So maybe let's try it for the last time. We send the presentation. If it doesn't work, we'll just change the time of the presentation.
But it's no problem. I can do this intervention without the presentation. But it's maybe difficult. So I think that maybe I'll just continue, and if the presentation comes, it comes. And I will try to speak as illustrative as possible, despite the lack of the pictures. Would that be an option? Yes, let's continue. We are all speaking about a green transition and the reason for the green transition.
Пожалуйста, продолжайте.
Yes, please continue. You're welcome.
And the reason for the green transition is, of course, the climate change that is coming more and more. I was actually going to show you a picture of the 4 degrees scenario in the world and how the world will look like on that. But I guess that you have already seen that. And to sum it up quite briefly is that a lot of parts of the world will not be as they are today, while the northern areas would be fruitful and suitable for most of the exciting things that we could engage in the future. We are speaking about an energy transition in which we are going from the rather dirty energy that we have been using before over to a clean energy regime. I'm using the word clean energy and not renewable energy. And the reason for that is simply that everything that is renewable is not necessarily clean. Oil and gas, traditional hydrocarbons, is actually renewable. It's only the thing that the renewable process takes millions of years. So I think that we should put our focus on clean energy and how we are working to make the dirty energy clean, because we need a combination of all these things for the time being. Wind power is high on the agenda, both in Russia and in Norway. And we are fighting with the environmental protection organization because somebody doesn't want these windmills to be on land. Norway has taken another step and moved out into the deep ocean. And we see that deep ocean wind farming is becoming big industry. And hopefully one day it will also be relevant to speak about this in a Russian-Norwegian context. When we are speaking about all these new energy sources, we are trying to find the most greenest version of all the fuels that exist. And many are today talking about hydrogen. And we will hear later today about possible solutions in that. We have a variant of hydrogen, which is also ammonia, which is nothing else but hydrogen and nitrogen. But it's much more suitable for transport, storage, and distribution. So it will come more about that later. But we should also note that in particular also in our area, in which we have a lot of hydropower and we have nuclear power, which is also suitable for producing hydrogen. But you should not also forget that both Norway and Russia are oil and gas producing countries. And currently both countries are exploring possibilities of making hydrogen or derivatives of that from hydrocarbons. And the way we are doing this is that we are actually capturing the carbon in the process, and we are either using it or we are storing it. And a little bit depending on how well you are using the technology, you are actually ending up with a rather clean energy form, which I think is of common interest to all of us. Together with the climate change, it also opens a lot of new possibilities for agriculture in the Arctic. And you haven't probably been speaking so much about that, but it's an important thing. And we see that much of the future food production from agriculture will happen in the north and in the Arctic. And that's interesting because it brings a lot of opportunities. If we pair this together with the fast developing technology, automation and robotization and all the digital solution that comes, it could be a highly effective way of producing food from agriculture, also in the north and in the Arctic for the future. When we are speaking about a green transition, we also need to address what we are calling the circular economy. Mankind has not been very good on recycling and circulating materials. We are using it and we are dumping it in a deposit. Waste management and recycling industry is a multi-billion-dollar business in the world today, and it's coming faster and faster. There comes the slide. You need to move to number 6, I think, because that's where I am now. Yes, thank you. And I think that also in our borderland, we have a lot of possibilities to develop cooperation within the circular economy. It's good for us, it creates jobs, and it's good for the environment. I might give you an example from our local community, the small town of Vardø, which is not far away from us, which is a company that has developed a solution with which they are recycling plastic waste, and they are using it to produce building materials, providing affordable housing around in the world where this is asked for. The company is rather small, but they have been embraced even by the United Nations as one of the possible solutions when they are working with the Sustainable Development Goals. And that is something that is actually happening in our neighborhood. So I just wanted to mention that. Could I have the next slide, please? I was mentioning technology, and you might wonder why I've put additive manufacturing up as an example when in a green context. But obviously, when you are doing things with 3D printers in which you could use for any kind of materials in the world today, more or less, you are reducing the raw material needs and the waste, and in the same time, you are reducing the need for transport. Because literally, you could produce any kind of spare parts or small things that you normally transport around the globe locally. We have initiatives in Russia in this, and we also have initiatives from Norway with Norwegian Titanium, which is actually running the biggest 3D printer factory in the world outside New York. And the factory is printing spare parts for Boeing Dreamliner aircraft. You have local initiatives on this side of the border, and I guess you have the same on the others. And I would love to see some more cooperation in this field in the future to the benefit of all of us when it comes to utilizing and recycling materials and reducing the waste and the transport impact on the climate. I think I will stop with that because, as I said, it's important that the businesses are talking and presenting what they are doing. And what I can close with is to say that the Norwegian-Russian Chamber of Commerce is eager to promote tighter cooperation between Russian and Norwegian businesses, and in particular when it comes to the green industry and everything that has to do with that. So we are looking forward to the day that we could again visit you, and as soon as it's possible we will do, and we will bring many interesting and relevant Norwegian business companies seeking to find new and interesting ways of cooperation for the future. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Do you hear me and see me?
Слышно? Håkon, пожалуйста.
Ja. Hallo, vi hører.
Господин консул, слышно?
Ja, ska jag köra på?
Du hører meg, bare kjør på her.
Den er god. Da sier jeg bare next slide, please, når dere skal skifte. Okay, hello everyone. My name is Sten Mathisen. I'm very delighted to be invited to this webinar, and I hope you will be satisfied with my presentation, because there is some important messages we want to provide for you. I hope that after this meeting we will have some interesting conversations or dialogue further on. Next slide, please. Varanger Crafts company overview. We are trying to do some kind of a disruption in the value chain of fossil energy by producing hydrogen and ammonia from wind power. And we are trying to develop a new kind of value chain that will maybe and hopefully start to provide some sustainable solutions to the energy chain, normal energy chain. And the reason we are doing it, next slide, please. The reason we are doing it is based on our strategy to be more attractive for owners, employees, customers, partners, and regulators, and the community. We have to be more focused on the environmental issues in our industry. So we are now, from our company, we are producing renewables from hydropower and wind power, but we see that the interest of doing business together with us, with our energy products, is increasing, and that's why we are trying to develop a new kind of products with hydrogen and ammonia. And next slide, please. Slide 4. This is our global position. We believe we have one of the few local-based energy companies operating within the Arctic climate zone. So we know the consequences when we are producing or developing energy products in our area, because we have maybe we cannot afford to do mistakes in our environment, because the consequences are very heavy if you are doing experiments that are disrupting the environment or the value chain in our area. So therefore, we are trying to be a kind of conscious energy producer and provider in this region. As I told you in slide 5, there is this Raggovidda wind farm, one of the most effective wind farms in Europe. We have a lot of wind, and it's a flat area and only stone and rock lumps, and a lot of snow, as you see on the picture. So we have a lot of energy from the weather that we want to transform to new energy products besides electricity. And one of the startups we have been working with since, next slide 6, please, is this Hyelius project. So we got some funding from the EU government, a program called Horizon 2020. We started it up in 2018, and now we are producing hydrogen in gas form from electricity provided from the wind farm. And the test area is now in full production within the research project we have, because we want to develop a kind of automatic, autonomous production facility of hydrogen, so you can remotely operate it from anywhere in the world. And the technology and the system around this project is the most important value we are trying to develop. And so far it's going very well. We are creating systems that will try to produce hydrogen, and are producing hydrogen from wind power by electrolysis and PEM electrolyzer. And also we have a fuel cell that produce electricity also. So in remote areas where there is a lot of resources, wind resources, in example, or there is also lack of national grid or electricity grid, you can maybe use this kind of product or concept to start up providing electricity production or other energy production by wind power and electrolysis and fuel cells. It's not so energy efficient as electricity directly in the grid, but when you are talking about using diesel or heavy oil products to produce electricity, this is, in our opinion, the cleanest one. This project will be finished in 2023, and then we hope to have a full capacity and study in a concept, present a concept how to do this in remote areas in the Arctic. And we are not stopping there. The next project we are now working on is a bigger one. It's a full-scale production facility in Berlevåg County on the north of the Varanger Peninsula. We are going to produce ammonia based on an hydrogen facility, electrolysis, alkalic electrolysis, and the electric energy is still coming from the wind farm. And we are partnering up with a lot of interesting partners in a new kind of value chain. We are now doing the concept study and how to make an investment decision in third quarter of 2022. Planned production volume base is about 100 tons a year, clean ammonia, CO2 emission free. And when you are starting this, we have to make sure that there is a lot of other, maybe you are in slide 8, sorry. In slide 8, you can see that we are partnering up with the community and other businesses as well. We are trying to combine CSR and business as we speak, and we have 4 different prospects on commercializing the surplus energy from our production locality in Berlevåg. The acquisition work is coordinated with Berlevåg Municipality and Troms and Finnmark County. And there is a lot of heat and a lot of oxygen. So we are trying to sell to other businesses, and they are very interested in fish processing and other uses where you have to have kind of free heating, if you can call it that way. So there is a very interesting circle of cluster developing now in this area if we are starting up this ammonia production. So I think we are speeding up a lot of the things that have been discussed today. We are trying to create a new value chain. We are trying to use emission-free products and trying to do it in the Arctic zone. The key issues here is, we all like to call it CCC. It's capital, it's competence, and it's cooperation with the community. So you have to have kind of solid capital base because the willingness to pay from the customers isn't ready yet. There is a lot of interest, but they don't know what these products will cost. So we are cooperating with the government and other major players in the value chain to how to kind of sell in this product as a new energy source in marine traffic ships. They are now trying to build new kind of engine that can go on 60 to 70 to 80% emission-free ammonia, and also in power productions, how to use ammonia and hydrogen to produce electricity to small communities in the Arctic. We need more competence. We know a lot of, we have a long history of producing hydrogen in Norway, about 100 years of hydrogen production, but to industrial purposes. And now we are trying to do it in another value chain, as I said early on, because we have this try to replace the fossil energy sources with clean ammonia or hydrogen sources, and that's a lot of work to do, and the willingness to pay is not so clear for us, but there is a lot of interest. So we hope that there are some major players, especially the governmental organizations, how to help us to sell in these products, because we have to do it fast if we are going to reach our climate goals. And in the community, we have to be very conscious about this change, because everybody is used to, in Norway especially, we are used to have a lot of electricity, we have a lot of fossil fuels, and we have kind of have a life pattern that is not suited yet to use alternative energy sources. So we have to do the work with the value chain development parallel to how the customers and the society around us is ready to use new kind of energy sources. So it's a very interesting work, and I can see from this web meeting that a lot of previous presentations have the same issue. There is a lot of change that has to be done in this area, and hopefully if we are in the first line to do the major changes, we are also in first line to reduce the carbon and emission in our area, because we are maybe the most vulnerable area in the world in the Arctic zone. So in the last slide, we have this contact information. So is it are any who want to talk more with us in Norwegian or English or also Russian? We are interested to have a dialogue, and maybe Oddbjørn and his associates also can help us with providing a dialogue. There is a contact information, and the picture you are seeing now is not a Photoshop, it's the real deal from our area. It's flat, it's stone, it's windy, and we are producing cleanest energy and the most effective energy production in onshore wind farm in Europe. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Sten.
Да, спасибо, Стейн.
Thank you very much, Steen. You just showed us our future a little bit, but let us continue. We are a bit behind the schedule because of these technical issues. I want you to take this into consideration. Our next speaker is Svetlana Panfilova. She's going to speak about the green projects of the Murmansk region. So please, Svetlana, the floor is yours.
Светлана, мы вас и презентацию видим, вас не слышно.
Svetlana, we can see your presentation, but unfortunately we cannot hear you. Can you hear me?
Кто-нибудь из переводчиков скажет, меня слышно? Да-да. А Светлану вы слышите?
Can you hear this?
Yes, we can.
Ну, давайте пока...
Well, it seems like Svetlana is not among the participants of the webinar.
Мы сейчас перейдем к другому докладчику, а вы пока готовьте. Хорошо?
Да, спасибо.
Okay, then we will move on to another presentation then.
Уважаемые коллеги, у нас будет следующий докладчик, это Вадим Уланов.
Our next presenter is Vadim Ulanov, a person who presents the company Enel Rusvindkola. He's going to speak about the renewable energy beyond the polar circle. Vadim, if you are ready,
Да, отлично.
then we are ready to listen to you. We just have to start your presentation, and
Пока не видно вас.
we can't see the presentation yet. It's not a presentation, it's a video. I suggest we first we'll watch it, and then I will start my speech. Can you please start the video?
Коллеги?
Мы вас слышим, пожалуйста, дальше.
We can hear you, so please. I hope you liked the capacity and the sight of this video. I would like to say thank you for inviting me to this webinar, for having the opportunity to deliver my presentation here. And my special thanks go to Varanger Craft, the company that has a very interesting project. And I would really very much, and my team as well, to probably one day visit your project. So to see your wind park. But speaking about my presentation, Enel is a big international group, one of the biggest world players in the energy and gas market. We are represented in 32 countries on 5 continents, and our overall capacity is about 88 gigawatts. We are represented in 5 regions in Russia, that is Tver region, Stavropol region, Stavropol Krai, Rostov, Sverdlovsk, and Murmansk region. The Kola Peninsula has been chosen. There is some extra noise on the side. So we chose the Kola Peninsula for this project because, according to the research, the peninsula has a huge capacity of wind, and the landscape is good for this, as well as weather conditions. Several years ago, on Serebryanskaya motorway, on the 82nd kilometer, we installed the equipment that checked the wind, the capacity, the strength, the direction of the wind. And in 2017, we received a tender from the government and were allowed to build the wind park, which is called Azov Wind Park, with a capacity of 90 megawatts, and the Kola Wind Park with a capacity of 201 megawatts. So on the 19th of September 2019, we had the ceremony of starting the construction. It is the biggest beyond the polar circle. It will have an opportunity to provide 750 gigawatts per hour per year, and thus we will reduce the waste of 600,000 tons of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. The overall territory of the wind park is going to be 257 hectares, and the investment is going to be about 273 billion euros. So in April 2021, we started the installation, we brought the parts, and we started transferring the parts of the wind park to the facility, and you understand that our parts for the construction are being along the longest bridge here in the Kola Peninsula, and we have provided a part of the project. And now I'm ready to answer the questions. Well, actually, speaking about Varanger Craft, you have an opportunity to, well, at least virtually see what they have, but probably in the future everything will be real. So hopefully you will have an opportunity to do this. Mr. Consul, the floor is yours. And now we see that Svetlana is with us.
So this is the general director of the corporation in the Murmansk region, and your project, Svetlana. You're welcome. Dear colleagues, good afternoon. We thank you for the chance to participate in this meeting, and it's also a pleasure to have my speech after our partner speeches. And it is always a pleasure to see how the projects are being implemented, to know what our efforts were. Murmansk region is considered one of the key regions of the Arctic, and the development of the Arctic is one of the key aspects, one of the key goals of the national policy, those that are in the Arctic strategy for up to 2035. Next slide, please. As of now, we have implemented the project, the Arctic Agenda, according to which up to 2024, the usage of 176 billion rubles is involved. In our plans is to have as much investment as possible and to create up to 30,000 new workplaces in the region. Murmansk region is the leader in this sphere, and the potential of the Murmansk region is one of our priorities in development of the region. Thanks to the governmental support on the high level, we have a very high position among any other region. As of now, we have 146 investment projects, and about 80 projects out of those have this regional status, the important status. And as Andrei Chibis has already mentioned, Murmansk region is the leader in the development of the Arctic. Since our region is rather sensitive, as we might say, one of our directions is the development of the green projects. According to the Ministry of Energy of Russian Federation, Murmansk region is considered the leader in development of the clean energy. As of now, we have 3 key projects considering green projects, not simply green energy, but all the green projects, summing up to, including metallurgy, it's more than 150 billion rubles. This project is, one of these projects has already been shown to you. It is the construction of the wind park. It is a strategic project that is very important for the region. And it is also a free carbon cluster project that we will be implementing. The region has already signed the agreement. And the discussion was on the forum in June this year. And we are also working on the project of the so-called wild metallurgy. And there is a plant we're going to create on the territory of Murmansk region, and it is the program that will allow us and allow Murmansk to develop new spheres, new industries, and especially in terms of green energy. Also, there is the so-called hydrogen program in Murmansk. We see about 4 aspects here, the ones we can work in, and we also have the potential to, the proportions themselves, the scale of the energy generation via wind turbines, via hydro plants. And we also see the potential in producing green hydrogen via electrolysis. And there are projects that we are about to implement now, such as constructing a local wind plant. Also, the projects of green hydrogen once again, Gazprom Energo Holdings project in green hydrogen just as well, and also the project that is being monitored by Rosatom and Kolskaya nuclear plant. Well, and can we go further? Maybe some slides. Can I ask you to go forward with the slides? And please, the next one. This is the hydrogen program. And coming to the next slide, I want to speak about the scientific potential, because all these projects, the hydrogen projects, require scientific approval. And one of such projects is the development of the scientific activity in this area. And the leading project is creating the international station known as Snowflake, Snezhinka 2. And the second project is, creating it near Teribirka. It is the first, it's a unique project because it's the first of the kind in the world. And we'll be trying technologies in producing hydrogen energy. And in terms of road facilities for electric cars, for example, our partners will talk about it. There are already electric charging stations in our region, but we'll still continue to develop it. Can we move on to the next slide, please? And we also have the facilities for heating possibilities. Sadly, Murmansk region is highly dependent on heavy oil, on fuel oil, and we are trying to transform the whole heat supply system. The project has already started. For example, we'll be working with boiler houses in Umba, and we'll work with peat, with changing from peat to other sources. The projects are being supported by the government. And also the projects, all the investors can apply to the development cooperation, and all the information in terms of governmental support, this you can get from the investment portal of Murmansk region. You can see the contact information on the screen. And well, thank you very much. This is the end of my report. Thank you very much. Thank you, Svetlana. You're making our future as close as possible.
I'd like to invite yet another Norwegian speaker, Mr. Terje Jørgensen, the director of Kirkenes Port.
Thank you very much.
Who are going to talk to us about how they find green solutions in their daily work. Terje Jørgensen, the floor is, the screen actually is yours.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to address you on this occasion. Sadly not physically, but a web solution will suffice for now. I'm going to talk a bit about our rather ambitious strategies in which the sustainability project is a key, a central key. Next page, please. This page just briefly depicts the organization and the activities of the port of Kirkenes. And as you can see, compared to our big brother in Murmansk, it's a small operation, but we have, as I said, rather large ambitions. Next page, please. Our strategy, in our strategy, these four components are the key ones, and I will briefly touch upon each of them. Finally, on the sustainability goal, but the other three goals are very important, and you need to see our strategy in light of a full comprehensive strategy comprising all key fields. So you should look at the sustainability goals in this perspective. I'll start with the first goal. Next page, please. Kirkenes is strategically situated close to Finland as well as close to Russia. And we think there is a great potential of increased goods transport to and from Finland, to and from Asia, and also North America. We think that there is a great potential to be exploited here, and we think this will be beneficial also for the businesses in Finland. This is a startup of an ambitious goal in goods transport from Kirkenes, which also comprises that we see ourselves in a key role in the Northern Sea Route. And we will start transport of goods from Kirkenes on shore by truck. And we have later the ambition to realize a railway solution between Rovaniemi and Kirkenes. Next page, please. We also have ambitions in the cruise business, the tourist business. There was a very promising tourist business development in Kirkenes prior to the pandemic, where it completely stopped. We think there is a great potential to reinstate that positive development. And we think that there is even a greater potential in increasing the cruise vessel visits to Kirkenes. Particularly interesting is the fact that the goal to increase tourism is also the same as we read it in the Pechenga area. And we will very much welcome the possibility to cooperate, both from a harbor organization perspective, but also in hoping that the business cooperation between Norwegian and Russian companies across the border will be possible. Next page, please. With these two ambitious goals, we aim to position Kirkenes as a key international hub in the Arctic. The Northern Sea Route, developed by Russians, are of course a key role here, and we hope that possibly, if possible, that we can increase the cooperation with key harbors in Russia. And I think there is some great synergies to be exploited in looking at the benefits and the key position the big harbors in Russia have, but also in cooperation with the rather small harbor in Kirkenes, but still. I would welcome the opportunity to discuss this with the Russian partners when the opportunity arises. And as you can see here, that we have identified and are still persistent in the work to obtain a rail solution between Rovaniemi and Kirkenes, although in a very long run. Next page, please. And finally, and key to the topic of this conference, we have rather ambitious sustainability goals. And we are in the process of developing a strategy, as I said, in which these goals play a key role. We have applied for membership in the international organization Ecoports, and we aim at a suitable certification as a sustainable harbor in that framework. We are continuously developing our shore power facilities to be on top and preferably in lead in offering these to visiting vessels. We aim at building the first tailor-made small-scale emission-free icebreaker. The current icebreaker is built in 1974. It's just too old, and we need to replace it. This is an ambitious goal that we are just starting to develop, and hopefully in a couple of years we will have this operational. By the end of next year, all our vehicles will be electrified, and we will hopefully take the role as one of the leading sustainability ports in Norway. Next page, please. This concludes my presentation, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Tusen takk, Terje.
Терья, я хочу добавить, вот, да,
I want to make a remark. One of your possible partners came from Yekaterinburg, that is Yuri Matrosov, that represents a Russian company, Uralgrid. He is really interested in cooperation with the port of Kirkenes, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker also is in Kirkenes today. Let me introduce you to Lars Georg Fordal, the head of the Norwegian Barents Secretariat, who is going to speak to us today about a topic that's highly relevant for the citizens of Nikel. Screen is yours, Lars Georg.
Thank you very much, Håkon. Dear friends, dear neighbors, I'm glad to speak today, but I have to say it's a pleasure to see that we do not have open borders yet, but at least we have both Norwegians and Russians in the same coach. So I'm glad to see that we are moving towards open borders at least. And of course, we are very much waiting for the time when we can open our borders as they were already. And for us, we try to use this time of pandemic and isolation for a bit of planning. And we have a good dialogue with the second school in Nikel. I'm very glad that we can cooperate on many different projects. And I have heard about very exciting ideas in the surroundings and look forward to see the new buildings and businesses around the road between Kirkenes and Murmansk, as I know are in development. It's very positive. Also, I have heard about, but not visited, the bakery Brød in Nikel, a Russian bakery named as the Norwegian word for bread. I think it's a very good example on how you can attract the attention of Norwegian customers by naming your shop. And one question that has been asked many times is actually, why have it not been developed a really efficient tourism between Kirkenes and Nikel? We know that after the pandemic, at least we have heard that with time there will come a Russian electronic visa. So to go to Russia from Norway, you can go to internet and get a kind of easier to get visa. And we had this in mind when we started to work with the idea of a future cross-border shuttle, a kind of transport between Kirkenes, Nikel, and Sapeliani. the main idea is that this could open shops and restaurants and other places in Nikel and Zapolyarny, even more for Norwegian customers. And we want to open the Russian borderland for all the 200 new tourists that arrive to Kirkenes with Hurtigruten every day after the pandemic. So I am pleased to say that our ambition is to launch an electric border crossing shuttle in a test period for at least a month during the summer or autumn of 2022. This we hope to realize while we at the same time try to work for a permanent solution for such cross-border transport. But this work is not easy. There are a number of questions and challenges related to rules for customs, transport licenses, and organization of this. So we are dependent of the support of many of you here today. We need to have political support from both sides, and we need to have organized financing. But if we can all manage to put this puzzle together, I see very good possibilities for a common development of our borderland. And I hope that we all can gather in person at the Kirkenes conference in February next year to discuss this and other types of cooperation. So I want to invite you all with this to the Kirkenes conference in February, 23rd and 24th of February, 2022. Also, while we have had this pandemic, we see that we need to focus on innovation and how we can bring young people together to develop the Barents region. So we have worked with a long-term project called ICE, which is will bring innovation and entrepreneurship events to our Norwegian, but also to Russian cities. So during 2022, we hope to have events in Murmansk, Arkhangelsk, and Kirkenes, and also in Sweden and Finland. And in November, we are working together also with Second School for an ICE event regarding innovation. So let us use this pandemic time to plan for the future. We have a lot of common interests, and I hope that we can realize some of our good ideas. And thank you for organizing this event today. It shows that we have a lot of interesting plans. So with this, thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to meet you all in person soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lars Georg.
Господин Фордал написал возможности для развития.
Mr. Fordel has described the possibilities for our development, and one of the projects is this shuttle project, and another project is realized due to the to Norilsk Nickel, the company that invests in it, that is building one of such objects, an electric charging station, and the floor is given to the representative of Evector Group, Maxim Belov, who is going to talk to us about not only the electric charging station that was implemented within the framework of this project, but also about a network of such electric charging stations.
Максим, вы меня слышали? А то я, может, так говорил.
Did you hear me, Maxim? Yes.
Максим, вот ваша презентация уже на экране, но...
Your presentation is on the screen, but we cannot hear you.
Вот наш оператор говорит, что у нас микрофон.
Our operator says that the microphone is quite okay. You have to choose another microphone, I guess.
Посмотрите, пожалуйста.
Попробуй на мик. Сейчас слышно меня?
Да,
Can you
великолепно.
hear me now?
Well, once again, hello, dear colleagues.
Еще раз здравствуйте.
Some of you know me well. I'm an ex-politician. So on modern days, I represent the green business, which is good. So I will share my presentation on my screen because I don't see it in here. Oh, I cannot show my screen. Okay, where can I see the presentation then? Because I don't see it on the main screen. А кто-то мне как-то на общий экран выведут мою презентацию тогда?
Can I please, can you organize sharing my presentation on the screen?
Yes. So do you hear me? А меня слышно вообще, да? Еще раз проверяю, меня слышно?
Максим, вы, пожалуйста, тогда продолжайте выступление.
Окей, да. Окей, можно будет перевернуть на следующий слайд. So I'm representing today the company called as Evecta, and we have a project called as Atlas, which is actually a station. It's not a gas station, it's a road station. Можно будет на следующий слайд переключить? Yeah, so I will start with electrical vehicles market today. So in general, we have about 10 million electrical cars. Some of them is fully electrical, some of them is hybrid cars. And in overall, we have about 7.3 million charging stations across the world. Next page, следующая страница. So if I will start with the market value for the short. So in the modern days, in year 2020, we can see that we have enormous growth of the market. So it was about 3.2 million cars sold across the whole world. Unfortunately, Russia is not among the top buyers. So we can see that Germany and China, US, France, UK, and Norway is in the top. So, but in Russia, we have some perspective, some serious perspective to grow also. Next page, следующая страница. So, if we're talking about the prognosis, we can see that the experts saying that close to 2030, we expecting to have about 50% of sales of the electrical cars across the whole world, which is a really, really a beautiful perspective, and I love it. So next page. So among the highest amount of the car sale, of course, we can see that our neighbors in Norway in year 2020 have about 74 or 75% of the electrical car sales in total overall. So, and these charts show the rank of the countries where the electrical vehicles have electrical wheels sales are growing, and the amount of the cars of the electrical wheels really huge. Next page. Следующая страница. So in Russia today, we have about approximate 11,000 EVs, but it's not much at all compared to the whole world, compared to our neighbors. But in year 2020, we had about 95% growth compared to year 2019. So it's, for us, it's a symbol that market is changing, and the Russians are also changing their habits, and Russians also want to sit or to drive the electrical cars. So, but nowadays we have only about 1,000 charging stations across the whole country, and most of them it's slow charging stations, about 22 kilowatts in general. Next page. Следующая страница. So this picture shows us that the Europe actually full. It's not enough, but still much more full that in the sense of having charging stations compared to Russia. So Russia have a huge potential to develop. Next page. Следующая страница. If we look to the Murmansk region, it was mentioned today that we have only 3 charging stations, 1 slow charging station, 16 kilowatts in Kandalaksha, so about 20 kilowatts in Murmansk, and 50 kilowatt in Zapolyarny. And as I know, tomorrow we're going to have a new but still slow charging station in Teribirka, which is pretty good sign that we're also changing together with the whole world. But in the company I'm presenting, in fact, we believe we need to push this movement and to change the Murmansk region as fast as possible to make it more EV friendly region. Следующая страница. So the Vector's vision that in this year we're going to build a full road station with a charging station in the Pechenga district. So next year or the next 2 years in our vision, we're going to build a new fast charging stations across the whole main road through the southern part of Murmansk region to the north of Murmansk region. The second one will be somewhere in the middle of the route, and another fast charging station will be the southern part of the region. But we also want to go to the municipalities. We're actually speaking the only and first private company that have a vision to build a whole infrastructure for the electrical vehicles across the whole region. Следующая страница. So we are partners now, or we have a dialogue agreement with a company called The Touch. Следующая страница. So the Touch itself, it's a Russian company based in St. Petersburg. They produce charging stations, as fast and slow charging stations for electrical cars. And also they have software necessary to provide recharging for electrical vehicles. It's online, it's an app for telephone. It's a regular web page where you can find the necessary charging station, and it's also software for the charging station owners. Следующая страница. So our first project is Atlas. So we built it very close to the Pechenga settlement. It was supported and so-called co-invested by Norilsk Nickel, and our team got kind of financing from Norilsk Nickel on the basement of the project realized by Norilsk Nickel, where they're giving actually free money for the 5 years period, which is really good, especially for for the Arctic zone, because we in Russia we have this problem to find real available money for development, and Norilsk Nickel gave us such an opportunity. So next page. Следующая страница. So here where you can see that on the left picture, you can see that we're very close to the Norwegian border, actually very close to the Pechenga settlement, as I said. On the right slide, on the right picture, you can see that we're situated on the main road. When you're driving from Murmansk or Pechenga to Kirkenes, it will be on the right side. Следующая страница. Here's some pictures from the period when we started our construction in September. So we are going further. It's not so fast as we expected because we are also facing some construction difficulties, but still we are in frames, and we believe that at the end of December, our first Atlas will be open and have first clients. So we believe that we will be in time. Следующая страница. So the mission of the Atlas is to bring best possible service for the locals, first of all, because in our area, we have the Pechenga settlement, we have Sputnik, we have the village of Lower Stary, where people have a lack of the really good service. So because it will be a cafe, it will be a convenience store, we see Atlas as a place for meeting, not only for the charging, but for the first, as a place for meeting where people can take a rest, when they can have a nice food, a nice atmosphere. So Atlas is kind of point to meet. Следующая страница. I mentioned that that also we are going to have a charging station there. It will be fastest charging stations in Murmansk region. We're going to have 82 kilowatts, and there will be different chargers like CHAdeMO, CCS, and Type 2, and also, of course, we bring a gas station. It's kind of mobile gas station to satisfy local requirements, because people still need gasoline in there, because the nearest gas station especially for the people from Pechenga, situated in Zapolyarny, which is pretty far. So they need to drive 25 kilometers to get gasoline, which is unfair. So we think that it's also important to provide gasoline for the modern, for our days, for today. But of course, our vision is that Atlas and Ivecta in general, it's a carbon-free area. So in the perspective, in 10 years after now, we believe that there will be no gas station at all, that people will be charging their cars only. Следующая страница. We were in our vision that we want to create place for comfortable stay. As I said earlier, well, people can relax, and here you can see some picture of our internal design interior. Следующая страница. Еще следующая страница. So we're also creating a new taste, because I was living in Norway, or in Murmansk, we have a Circle K, and we used to have like hot dogs, regular ones, but we're creating our own hot dogs. And I will not share now with information how they will look like, but I can say that we invited very well-known chefs to bring a kind of Nordic taste to our station, and we're also going to have biodegradable tableware dishes. So we want to be as eco-friendly as much as possibly. So it will be a different burgers, it will be different sandwiches, it will be a different food, but very tasty one. So when the Atlas will be built, I'm inviting all of you to try these new tastes. Следующая страница. И еще страница следующая. Yeah, there is some kind of samples of our design. As I said earlier, biodegradable dishes. Следующая страница. It also will be like convenience or roadside store with unusual food products and souvenirs, because especially it's important for the locals, because they will be able to buy something different from compared to what they can buy in their regular convenience store that's situated in Pechenga or Zapolyarny. So it will be different products. It will be new tastes, as I said earlier. Следующая страница. И еще можно следующую страницу. In general, there will be also like a souvenir store, so where the tourists that are going to travel to the Pechenga from the southern part of Russia or from Norway, so they will be able to stop and buy some piece of the Arctic souvenirs. Следующая страница. And we also produce our own kind of clothes and souvenirs. Следующая страница, можно будет? So that's kind of examples of our own design. Следующая страница. Ну, может, следующую, да, крутить и до конца. So, as a conclusion, Atlas is something new. We want to start in Murmansk region, but we want to grow into the whole Arctic region. So that's our vision. So we believe that everything begins, the Russia begins in Pechenga district, and Atlas, the first place where Atlas was born, will be also is also Pechenga district. So and it's our starting point. So and we'll go further to Russia, and maybe in some observable brightest future, we will reach other countries too. So that's all. Thank you for your attention. And I'm ready to answer any of your questions.
Спасибо, Максим, и до встречи в Атласе, насколько я понимаю.
Thank you, Maxim, and see you in Atlas. Seems like.
It's a architect office from Tromsø in Norway. So then I would like to welcome to the screen Stensvik Arkitekter. They are going to talk a little bit about Tromsø Wildlife Center.
Hei, jeg heter Rose Marie Stensvik. Jeg er arkitekt, og jeg har vært daglig leder og eier av Stensvik Arkitektkontor i mange år. Jeg har jobbet i lag med min mann, som het Odd Stensvik, og som dessverre døde i 2016, like etter at det her bygget var ferdig. Vi er fortsatt nå er vi et lite arkitektkontor i Tromsø, men vi har hatt veldig stort fokus på miljø, energi, klima i alle aspekter av arkitekturen vår. Og vi har hatt entusiastiske medarbeidere på kontoret som har gått inn for å tegne og planlegge i lag med oss. Så hus er ikke et resultat av bare én arkitekt. Det er et samarbeid mellom en flott gjeng på kontoret, på Steinsvig arkitektkontoret i Tromsø. Jeg tenker at det er den sterke tilknytningen vi har til naturen og til landskapet omkring oss. Og som jeg mener at hele prosjektet viser også tilbake til gammel samisk måte å bygge på i landskapet. At vi underordner oss landskapet. Og jeg opplever i alle fall at i Nord-Norge er man kanskje enda mer opptatt av relasjonene til naturen. Fordi den påvirker oss så utrolig sterkt. Fordi vi har et barskt klima. Vi er jo ekstremt opptatt av hvordan vær og hvordan lyset er. Hvordan vi forholder oss til det landskapet vi har omkring oss. Og det mener jeg er veldig sterkt i Nord-Norge. Og jeg mener at det er også hele prosjektet her har prøvd å ivareta alle de aspektene. I forhold til det samiske, der du underordner deg, eller der du var mest mulig usynlig i det store landskapet, og til det å bygge sånn at vi ivaretar de gode solveggene mot sør, og lyset fra alle kanter, og utsynet, kontakten med naturen. Det å være inne og se ut og oppleve vær og uvær og sol og snø, ikke minst. Og når vi fikk i oppdrag å lage et prosjekt for Villmarkssenteret, så virket det helt naturlig at vi skulle lage et prosjekt som underordnet seg den store naturen, men som likevel tok vare på alt det vi ønsker å ta vare på. Utsikten til fjellene, sola og lyset, og legge husene sånn i terrenget at vi tar vare på den gode solsida. For vi vet jo veldig godt hvor iskaldt det kan være på en solskinnsdag. Når vi har den kalde nordøstlige vinden, selv om det er klarblå himmel, og bare det å ha en side av huset som ligger mot sør, en inngangsside, vil jo være veldig bra. Og så han som tegner de første skissene på kontoret vårt, Odd Steinsvig, han er jo født og oppvokst i Nord-Norge, og veldig opptatt av samisk kultur og måten man bygde på. Og jeg var jo så heldig at vi ble et par allerede etter første året, og vi hadde i oppgave en sommer å registrere gammel kultur. Og vi var jo 2 stykker i klassen som registrerte nordnorsk arv. Og det var gamle bygg. Og jeg og Odd Steinsvig, vi var i Grattangen, der han kom ifra, og tegnet opp og så registrerte de gamle kulturminnene, samiske kulturminnene. Men det er de nordnorske gamle minnene som vi har også forsøkt å ta vare på i uttrykket her på Villmarkssenteret. at vi nesten graver oss ned, la jorda få lov å dekke oss, men likevel ha det moderne, det vi kan gjøre i dag med glass og gode konstruksjoner, både ivareta det og se ut og ha lyset med oss inn i husene, samtidig som vi er blitt en del av landskapet. Lyset betyr jo utrolig mye. Også både midnattssola og lyset, men også det mørke og mørketida og mørketidslyset. Det er noe av det som virkelig fascinerer i Nord-Norge, og som er unikt. Og det er jo noe av det vi prøver å ta vare på i arkitekturen vår. Jeg tenkte på hva er bærekraft i dette prosjektet, og etter min mening er det alle aspekter med bærekraft. Det handler både om klima, om energi, om miljø, det sosiale, og også om økonomi. Alle de tingene, å bruke ressurser, alle de aspektene er jo bærekraft. Og vi kan jo ta først egentlig det her med miljø og energi. For det er klart at prosjektet er jo bygd ut ifra at man skal spare energi. Det har en helt unik løsning i gulvene, men vi har varm luft som går gjennom gulvene. Men jeg skal ikke prate om hele det energiaspektet. Men både det at deler av veggene er dekket med jord, og taket, med torva på taket og snøen på vinteren som dekker, alt til sammen vil jo være med å spare energi. Og i forhold til klima, så er det jo egentlig formen på byggene. Det at vi har langsida mot sola, og tar vare på solenergien i uteområdet, umiddelbart nært til huset. Og så i forhold til det sosiale, så er det jo at vi har brukt lokale bygningsfolk. 2 snekkere fra Kvaløya har bygd huset. Og masse av leveransene, dører og andre ting er kommet fra Lavangen, fra en liten snekkerbedrift. Alle de stålkonstruksjonene i taket er utviklet sammen med lokal rådgiver, arkitekt og stålfirma i byen. Ta vare på små bedrifter i nærområdet, mener jeg har med en sosial tilnærming til et prosjekt. Og når det gjelder kostnader, så er det helt klart at det å bygge et hus som er så spesielt som det her, det vil koste mer enn å bygge et helt ordinært firkantig hus. Men der mener jeg at vekten i forhold til hva har du igjen i ettertid. Og her mener jeg at det har gitt veldig mye status til Villmarkssenteret, for at de har et veldig spesielt bygg. Så i markedsføringen deres betyr det ganske mye. Og dermed tenker jeg at det her handler om bærekraft i alle de aspekter som egentlig skal bærekraft består av. Det tror jeg. Jeg tror at man ønsker å altså bygg som er tegnet spesielt, og som får en slags status i folk sitt hode, så ønsker man å ta vare på det. Man ønsker ikke å tegge ned et sånt bygg, for eksempel. Man ønsker, det oppfordrer til å bli tatt vare på og brukt. Og det er jo egentlig helt fantastisk med den materialbruken i dette huset. Du kan se opp på taket, som egentlig er et massivt treelement som er snekret på plassen av de lokale snekkerne, som har skrudd de sammen 2-5 til et helt kompakt dekke. Hvis jeg skal si noe om husene i landskapet her, så er det jo et poeng at de skal underordne seg landskapet. Men at man samtidig skal ta vare på de fantastiske blikkene ut mot fjellene. Og de oppdragsgiverne våre var veldig opptatt av at vi måtte klare å se fjellene. Og se landskapet som de skulle dra igjennom, spesielt på vinter, med hundekjøring. Og det var blikket fra de store vinduene i konferansesalen ut mot fjellene. Og så var det blikket her i denne her fine, varme kråa, der det innbyr til samtale. Og der kan vi se ned mot havet. Og det å fange inn de landskapsrommene inne fra husene har vært ganske viktig. Og så i blikket ut mot hundegården og alle hundene som er ute. Når man kommer mot de her husene, så er det sånn at de er jo nesten ikke synlige. Men jo nærmere man kommer, jo mer interessant blir den å se på, fordi de både underordner seg landskapet, men de tar også landskapet inn i bygget på en veldig fin måte, synes jeg. Ja. Det er jo klart at hvis du skal bygge i en uberørt mark, og da kan ta det jorda som legger den til sides og bruker den på taket som et grønt tak, så har du egentlig ivaretatt veldig mye av naturen i et bærekraftssammenheng også. Og det gir jo veldig god isolasjon å bruke torv på tak. Vi har brukt det i flere prosjekter tidligere. Aller først, så for mange år siden, omkring 1980, så tegnet vi et prosjekt som heter Fjellkysten Feriesenter. Og det lå også ute i naturen på en sånn måte. Det var fjellkysten, det lå oppe i fjellet. Og det var et poeng at man skulle ta jorda og dekke hele taket med torv. Og der var det 1700 kvadratmeter med torvtak som eksisterer fortsatt. Men der var det for å dempe flystøy. Fordi torv på taket gir en veldig sterk støydempende effekt. I dag foreslår vi å bruke grønne tak på av en litt annen grunn, og også med ikke så tjukke lag med torv, spesielt inne i byen. Og vi kaller det for sedumtak, som er et ganske lavtbyggende grønt tak. Men hovedårsaken til at man bruker det nå, det er jo for å fordrøye vann. Sånn at med et våtere klima og mer vann, så skal avlaste det rør og avløp. Og samtidig så tenker jeg at det å ha et grønt tak, du gir jo tilbake til naturen muligheter for fugler og humler og bier og blomster til å gro på en flate som vi på en måte har røvet fra bakken. Huset glir jo mer i ett med naturen med det grønne taket. Og det er vakkert når det blomstrer på taket. Og jeg har veldig sans for å la insekter og så fugler få lov å bygge reir oppe på taket. At man faktisk opplever at det vi bygger er en del av naturen. Og spesielt i en sånn sammenheng som her, der du er ute i villmarka og ønsker at det skal være en del av villmarka.
Да?
Ну, друзья, очень интересный был фильм.
Dear friends, this was an interesting film. Well, it is impossible, but at the same time real. We saw the harmony, the beautiful places. So it's pretty charming. Well, I understand everyone is rather tired. It's rather hard to sit, and there is the lack of oxygen. But we still have some time, about 5 minutes, for a session of questions and answers. Or shall we devote these 5 minutes to drinking coffee?
I have a question, if I may.
Да, пожалуйста.
Сейчас, минутку, мы
Yes, please, you're welcome. But please, just let us have a minute to discuss the films. And you will also have the links to the film on the YouTube channel of the second school, Вторая школа, and you will have the links to the films. 2 links, actually. I will make a presentation with the links so that they would be saved with the embedded picture. And we also have a question. Please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for many interesting presentation. I'm going to have actually a question to Maxim Bielov on these charging station concepts that he was presenting. It's quite interesting. And it's typical that we are now all focusing on electrification of mobility, and that is good because we are doing that on the both sides of the border. But it's something else also to focus on, because like quoting the legendary hockey player Wayne Gretzky, he used to say that a good hockey player is where the puck is, and an excellent hockey player is where the puck is going to be. And with that, I'm actually formulating my question, that I happen to know that Russia has ambitious plans and are going to build 1,000 hydrogen filling stations for cars within 2030. The first 100 will come in 2025. So my question to Maxim Bielov is then, is there any immediate plans that include hydrogen filling station into the concepts that you are building in the Pechenga region?
Correct. Again, correct. Do you read me?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. So my answer is that yes, because we can foresee that the future is about electrical vehicles and hydrogen vehicles. So definitely we predict that there will be a hydrogen kind of filling station in our frames too.
Good, thank you very much.
But there's also debates actually, where's the future? If it's electrical cars or hydrogen cars. So I believe that they will survive both. So in 10 years perspective, we can see that most of the cars will be hydrogen or BEV, so like fully electrical vehicles.
Yes. Oh, then I agree. Yep. Good. Good.
Спасибо, Максим. Коллеги, у нас осталась ровно 1 минута.
Colleagues, we have just a minute left, and I think it is high time we finished the discussion. We'll have a coffee break where you'll be able to exchange your opinions and have a discussion, and everyone participating with a presentation on our conference. Well, thanks to you. And now we can finally see that we have a great future ahead of us. And we have seen these directions. Some of these aspects seemed like, well, almost something from science fiction, but they are actually much closer than we think they are. And I would also like to thank the interpreters. We had a technical assistant, Anton, today, who helped us with the conference. So please, a round of applause for him. But now we have a coffee pause up until 15:20 Moscow time. Maybe there is a word from the consul. No. Okay, thank you very much.
Кто у нас пока подключился, не видим.
We can't see those who are connected now, sadly.
Добрый день, как меня слышно, видно?
Good morning. Good afternoon. Can you see me now? Well, I can perfectly see myself. So probably there is some problem because I can't see you. We're still trying to get everything in order. And now I can finally see you. So you need to be ready in just 2 minutes. Can I speak easy with my headphones on, or is there some problem? Is the sound all right? Yeah, the sound is just fine. Thank you very much. Yeah, it works. It works just well.
Так хорошо скоординировали или нужно еще? Я надо как раз объяснить, там сюда. Или вы знаете, кто-то будет там сидеть? Нет, такой.
Всех на экране, покажи вначале. Да, всех на экране, потом презентацию.
Все равно отсвечивает. Да. Вы можете опустить?
Всех. Кто у нас подключился? Еще минутку у нас не подключились.
So please have a minute. Our Finnish partners have not yet connected.
Выведи всех 9 человек, что выведи. Все, выведи на экран. Да, выведи. Добрый день, да.
Good afternoon, dear friends. We are about to continue the second section of our conference, and now we begin the next session, which is devoted to wildlife tourism. We have the Norwegian consul in Murmansk, Mr. Håkon, And me, Vladimir Chizhov, I am the deputy chief of the social project organization Vторая школа, second school. So please try to follow the schedule, because time is very important. And we welcome to the stage Alexander Yeliseev, the head of the Committee for Tourism of Murmansk region. So, Alexander, please. Good afternoon, Mr. Håkon. Good afternoon, dear participants of our conference. Thank you for the invitation, and I would like to pay attention to several key things. First of all, it's the development of natural areas and the development of tourism in areas like that. So I will make pauses so that interpreters would be in comfortable conditions. Our motto is to rest in the north. And finally, we can proceed with the next slide. So I wanted to pay attention to the fact that we see more and more tourists with each passing year, and these tourists are always questioned, like, why do they come to the region? What they like about it? And a lot of them tell us that they enjoy nature, and that is why what they come here for. So our goal is to preserve this nature, for it not to get disrupted, to save the diversity of the plants and the animals, of course, so flora and fauna, to rest in the north. So we have made a very important decision, and that is what we want to discuss with our partners, the cooperation in terms of projects. Next slide, please. Yes, this slide. I want to state that we have made a very important decision that each year is devoted to a certain area in tourism. The topic of tourism the next year is the ecological tourism. That means that all our efforts devoted to supporting and developing enterprises is not simply just about structural decisions or key tasks, but the main vector for us is ecological tourism. And I want to dwell on several key aspects about it. So please, next slide. Thank you very much. So we have conducted a list of events devoted to the topic of our year. So once again, as I have already said, it's ecological tourism. We are planning many events devoted to promotion, infrastructure, and everything is about environment and ecology. We'll pay great attention, and here we will discuss cooperative projects if our schedules match. So it concerns, let's call them environmental voluntary projects with volunteers involved, and also with promotion of the promotion of ecology in the territories. So let's proceed with the next slide. I want to say that the information on the slide, well, please have a look at it. Murmansk region is one of the so-called secured regions, and together with the partners in the region, we create the conditions for development of the environmental aspects of the territory, of ecological parks, so that it would be easy for tourists to be there. So an interesting place, to make it an interesting place for the tourists. And we already have examples like that. The parks, we cooperate with the Pechenga district. It is our primary stage for the projects. So all the projects we have now are meant for cooperation. Such projects that we reinforce, and every year, so annually, we spend quite a lot of resources. Subsidies for tourism this year will be meant for ecological tourism once again. So next slide, please. Well, there are specially protected natural areas in our region. To be more precise, 75 of those. A lot of them are in our region, and they are broken into different areas. The closest to us is Pechensky district and also Rybachi Peninsula, Rybachi and Sredny Peninsulas. I'll give like a small image of the way we approach this problem. After we create such an area, after we decide its recreational capacity, we start with infrastructure, and only then we decide the necessary payment for the tourists, so how much they pay. And then we form the list of let's call them like tourist operators, travel agencies, excuse me, and it has certain aspects to it, like creating new workplaces, and we also attract investors, entrepreneurs. And we have the so-called service zones that allow local entrepreneurs to offer their services to the tourists that visit the specially protected areas. Coming to the next slide, one of the examples of the job we've done so far is that, of course, the accreditation of the guides in the region. We have the professional accreditation of guides, so everyone involved in the work in our region can take exams that will qualify people and will get you a badge, let's call them that a certain guides follows the terms and the regulations of Russia. Because next year in Russia, we will officially have only qualified guides. So our work is, let's call it preliminary, because once the law comes into effect, there won't be any stoppages. So I try to tell you as much as possible in this short period of time, and I've mentioned all the crucial aspects, but also ecotourism will be the leader next year. And we are ready to work with our neighbors in this direction. And we'll be glad if our plans match. And I hope that in the near future, we'll work effectively towards improving tourism. Thank you very much. And I'm ready to answer your questions or hear your offers, listen to your offers. Thank you, Alexander. We, well, according to the schedule, well, we have the questions and answer session in the end. We also have Consul General today, Ms. Narrett. But now we go, we proceed with the next speaker. It is our partner from Finland, Maria Kompuniemi, representing the Inaris Riselka company. And she will discuss the perspective of the trilateral cooperation in ecological tourism. So sadly, we don't have Kompuniemi present today, but we'll have a short speech from her.
I will read the speech,
and,
the greeting from Maria Kompuniemi. Dear participants and organizers of the webinar, greetings from Inari Saariselkä region. Winter is coming, borders are opening, and winter season looks good. I hope the same for you in Norway and Russia, and I am looking forward to cooperation with you. Unfortunately, it is not possible for me to speak online in the webinar because I'm occupied elsewhere right now, but I hope our video is informative. I wish you all a successful webinar and a good winter season.
Спасибо. И теперь мы посмотрим ролик.
Thank you very much. And now we'll have a look at the clip.
Да, спасибо финским партнерам за прекрасное.
Thank you, our Finnish partners. Thank you for the park.
Приятно было увидеть, да, Инари.
It was pleasant to see all the sites. Mr. Consul, the floor is yours.
Olga Filipenko, who represents the Innovation Norway office in Moscow. She's going to talk a little bit about ecology and the ecology and sustainability of Norwegian tourism and traveling, etc. Olga, are you with us?
Да, добрый день.
Добрый
I'm
день.
here. Добрый день. I will speak.
Yes, I'm here. I'm going to speak Russian.
Добрый день. Мне можно самой делиться презентацией?
Can I share my screen myself, or are you going to show my presentation? No, the presentation will be shown.
Добрый день.
Good afternoon, dear partners and colleagues, friends. It is a great pleasure that Madam Astrid is also here. I am Olga Filipenko, and I head I represent the Norwegian Tourism Council at Innovation Norway, and I'm going to speak about sustainable development, sustainability in Norway. I'm going to speak now about our organization. Innovation Norway belongs, 51% of it belongs to the Ministry of Fishery and Agriculture, and 49% belong to the municipal authorities. Our main task is to support the development of the Norwegian companies and enterprises. We offer different forms of financing, consultations. We also help to find partners and enter the international markets. Our offices can be found in all the regions of Norway, as well as in 27 countries of the world. In the countries where we do not have our own office, we usually cooperate with the consulates of Norway in those countries. And in the next slide. Innovation Norway carries out different surveys and research. And a recent research that we carried out in 2019 among our important markets of Europe, as well as the whole world, but generally it is European markets. We asked them a question of how travel, their own travel, affects the choice of the destinations, how they what their view on the environmental changes is. And many countries support the fact that it is important to think about how they travel when they're choosing the destination, what should be taken into consideration when they are making the choice. Among the most important arguments for the choice were the things that some people decided to travel less. Definitely the research was before 2019, before the pandemic, in 2019, before the pandemic, and many people decided not to use the planes or to choose the countries which were located closer to their residence area. Or they also chose some kinds of destinations which are eco-friendly and sustainable and meet the requirements of sustainability. Or also the choice of the transport locally, as well as different products that are offered to the tourists. Well, most of them are based on the sustainable development choice. That's too far. This year, in April, we made a huge thing. Innovation Norway, together with tourist companies, both of Norway and the partners from all over the world, we prepared and, well, actually made up the National Tourism Strategy 2030. It is a very important document that was positively accepted by many partners, as well as, for example, Harvard University decided to use our strategy for a case to study how we should work in writing strategies, how environmentally friendly development should go, or sustainable tourism should be developed. We have 5 definite basic aims. That is what we're going to achieve by 2030. 4 aims, you can see here, they go up and one of them goes down. As for the 4 up aims, aims going up, they are all about the profitability of the companies and the growth of jobs. The growth should be up to 20 billion Norwegian crowns by 2030. Tourism is a very important business that affects the country really much. Norwegian tourism is supposed to provide high quality of products for the tourists who are ready to pay good money for the services they get. Besides, the tourist has to be well satisfied with the service they obtain after the trip or after something else. They have to be happy with what they get. But also it is important to think about the locals. Norwegian tourism has to provide for the locals. It has to improve the quality of life of the local people. Another aspect that everyone is bothered about, that is the climate change. We hope that Norwegian tourism will affect the fact that Norway will become the society with a very low percentage of emissions, because we hope to lower the emission percentage by 50% by 2030. CO2 emissions, which are connected with the transport for those who visit Norway. This emission should be reduced by 10%, starting with 2019. In order to make it possible, we definitely have to work out a mechanism or some kind of a calculator that is going to show whether we are moving in the right direction. Innovation Norway, together with the Norwegian Institute of Research of EA, has worked out a special calculator of emissions in the atmosphere. Another source, according to another research, can help us analyze the so-called expenditures over tourism in the country that they are visiting, in Norway in this case. So all the expenditures are divided by the countries from which the tourists come and by all the types of expenditures, like whether it is food or restaurants, places to stay and so on. So we can come up with the information. We can see how much they spend and compare it with the amount of CO2 emissions, like, for example, how they have come to the country. The idea behind all this calculation is to get the information in order to understand how to how to work on the priorities, which markets to choose. I mean the markets which will bring more use rather than harm. Where, for example, the plane is the only alternative of transport to get to Norway. It is important, for example, that the consumption when they come to Norway, I mean those tourists, that the consumption is higher than the CO2 emissions that they leave after leaving the country. Sustainable tourism and sustainable development of tourism is a very important thing for competitive advantage. By 2030, Norway is trying to become the most sustainably developed countries. According to the recent research, the world tourism is going to grow by 66% by 2030. And Norway has all the grounds to get a share of this market, quite a big share, I must say, from this growth in tourism. But it is also vitally important for us not to forget about our responsibility to take care of the nature, of the culture, the environment, and the local people. We made a survey for tourism operators and found out that many of them, well, actually the majority of them, about 80%, consider that Norway already is the leading sustainable tourist destination or a state with sustainable tourism. Our foreign visitors have very high requirements towards the places that they're going to visit. And the tourism operators are ready to provide them with the products which deal with sustainable development, which are sustainable. In order to achieve all of this, it is important to know the information, to get the data, and to be able to understand what kinds of certification we need. As for certification, in Norway there are two types of them. The first one is the certification of enterprises themselves, depending on what the company wants or how it wants to certify itself. There are different emblems, stamps, and certificates. And the second is the certificate of the destination, of the sustainable destination itself. I'm going to speak about it in a little bit more detail. If we speak about the certification of enterprises, then, for example, if a company has some kind of a certificate, you can see it on our website. If you get access to the website visitnorway.com, or in Russian it is visitnorway.ru, and you're looking for some company or some tourist product, you will understand at once what kind of certificate the company has, like how green the company is, what kind of green certification they have come through. Speaking about destination certification, it is a more complicated process I want to dwell upon for some time. Olga, I'm sorry, but you have only 1 minute left. All right, I'm finishing then. So it is a huge process which consists of several levels and stages. You have to go through to meet 104 requirements. There is a plan of how to do it, when to do it. There are different databases where everything is stored and kept. And after all this long process, the destination gets this certificate.
Если вот, наверное, сравнить, как получить
If we compare how to get a certificate, it is very similar to going up the stairs. For example, many steps which you can follow one by one, and many destinations have already done that. These are the destinations that have already received their certificates of sustainable development, of sustainable destinations. And this one, this slide is the last one. I just wanted to sum up by saying that green development of tourism is definitely zero carbon, zero emissions, including buildings, renewable energy like sun panels, electrifying the roads, electrifying water access, organic and organic food, and support to the nature, care for the nature, as well as the quality of the services that we provide. I want to say that Norway is doing everything it can in order to take care of the environment and the climate. It is the most important task for Norway. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, you can see my email here. I will be glad to answer all the questions you could have. I wanted to show a short film, which is only 30 minutes long, then probably I can send it to you
afterwards. Thank you very much, Olga. The topic is obviously very relevant. And actually, right now, here in Nikel, we have the next speaker is going to touch upon some of the subjects that you brought up. So we will see how how ecological tourism is being implemented in practice in Nikel area. So the next speaker is Natalia Polikarpova. She represents the Pasvik Natural Reservoir, Zapovednik, a place which we at the Consulate General hold very dear. I was so lucky to be there myself only a short while ago. And the topic is going to be international cooperation and ecological tourism. So a very good follow-up to Olga Filipenko's presentation, I believe.
Добрый день, дорогие друзья. Меня слышно хорошо? Переводчику слышно? Отлично.
I hope everyone can hear me. Thank you for inviting me to this webinar. And I would like to tell you about the Pasvik Natural Reserve, speaking about international cooperation between our countries. Pasvik is a special territory. It's unique. Next year, we are going to celebrate our 30th anniversary. And as everyone knows, we are on the borderline between Russia and Norway. And our geographic location affects the fact that we have wonderful cooperation with our Norwegian neighbors. First of all, we do some research concerning the nature, and we also do a lot for the educational projects. On the territory of our reserve, we have one path to Varlam Island, and I'm going to speak about our plans. But while you're looking at the map of our territory, that is the Pasvik Inner Trilateral Park. This is the place where we work, protect the nature, cooperate and live. It is a wonderful place, and it's the area that attracts tourists from all over the world. From the very beginning, when the natural reserve was just as a project back in the 1980s, some cooperation already started back then, and we can say that it came to a kind of a marriage between the participants of the cooperation, because we started this park, Pacific Inari. We received a certificate of Europarks, which says that the level of the development is very high, and it is aimed at the development of the nature preservation and improving well-being of human beings. So 3 countries, common territory. We have been working for quite a long time according to a mutual program. We have a special document which backs our activity in sustainable development of tourism and sustainable economy. It is called the Action Plan. We have it for a period of 10 years. Now we have started the second decade of this cooperation. Within the framework of this document, we have a special part which is dedicated to sustainable tourism in the region. And definitely, it is not only organizing some paths or routes in those protected areas. It is also the development of museums, visit centers, special educational and tourist programs for tourists of different ages and different profiles and interests, as well as nationalities. I must say we work both locally with the Russian citizens and with the foreigners. We carry out different events, each country does something with within the national framework, and some events and activities are organized within the international cooperation framework. For example, Colarctic is a project. For example, right now we are a part and a partner of 3 projects. One of them is cross-border dialogue and planning, cross-border dialogue and multi-use planning in the Pacific and Grense Jakobsen catchments. At the end of September this year, it came to its completion, and we also prepared a special document, a plan, which also has a part dedicated to sustainable tourism and cooperation between the countries developing this sustainable tourism. Concerning thinking about well-being of the local people and health, safety, and so on and so forth. Another project is Phenomena of Nature. We are preparing an exhibition, A Phenomenon of Arctic Nature. The exhibition is going to be completed by December this year, and next year, when we celebrate our 30th anniversary, we will start it with new museum exhibitions in the new area. We hope you will visit us. We are waiting for many guests. It is a permanent exposition which meets the most innovative requirements. It tells you about the attractiveness of the nature, about the potential of the tourism interaction, international cooperation, and it will attract more and more people, more and more tourists from Russia, Norway, and other countries as well. And I do hope that it will be possible for the whole world soon. And another project I want to mention, which is a small one but extremely interesting. We even have some specialists that are partners with us on this project. This project is called Aurora Borealis Monitoring System for Tourism Business Needs. For example, in the settlement of Rayakoska, we have installed a special camera which online monitors northern lights with translating it on the website of our reserve. So, for example, you can see what it looks like non-stop if you visit our website, and as a result, you can come to see the Northern Lights in person. Because seeing Northern Lights, well, is the main attraction for tourists who want to come to the far north. Well, I would say Northern Lights are one of, not the only one. We implemented it in Rayakovsky, but we think that it is quite possible to introduce some other cameras like that in other places as well, which will affect the development of different locations, different settlements here in the cross-border territories. Well, right now in our natural reserve, we have only one winter route, one route that is also island Varlam. It is quite interesting, but we are going to add something more to it. In winter, we are going to start one winter route. It's a new thing. We have never had anything similar here. And a new ecological trail is going to be prepared and opened here, not far from Nikel. We hope that it will affect the development of tourism in our territory. We understand that it is in the borderland. Well, you can't come there alone. You need to apply to a guide in order to get to that trail. So you can see in the picture on the slide that everyone who visited that, everyone was very happy to be there. For example, General Consulate of Norway attended that trail, came there, visited it, and liked it. Starting from April 2021, we started our cooperation with one of the tour operators, Gulfstream 51, and probably here we will get some development with other tour operators, and we do hope that, well, something like that will happen. We will have an opportunity to tell people about our nature. We want everyone to be happy. The main thing, as Olga has already said, for us is to provide the happiness of people. We want everyone to be happy and satisfied. Well, apart from what I have already mentioned, some event activities which affect the development of tourism is, for example, the bird watching or avifauna festivals, both on the territory of the natural reserve and around it. We have been working quite fruitfully with Second School project, and one of our project is connected with this tourist routes. We have two routes not far from Nikel. If we look at the pictures on the next slide, well, further again. Yes, you can see here those tourist walking tours in Pechenga region. Our specialists participated in preparing these tourist walking tours, well, in the infrastructure development. For example, we prepared the information for these trails, and we prepared the places for some rest. You can also see two two interesting places here as well, two so-called natural monuments. They were opened in September, but according to the interest of people who visited, we can see that the stream of people coming is growing. And as for the waterfall, we have introduced some changes there. There is a staircase. We didn't have any staircase there, but then now we have a staircase there. We see that this staircase is improved. You find a place where you can make selfie photos. Well, probably it's the only place where we can make photos. Well, now you can go and visit that place and see what we have there. And as for this slide, you can see this exposition, museum exposition of the visitor center of Pasvik. We are working on it. It is under repairs now, under the redecoration. We will have a lot of information dedicated to the culture, to the toponism, and to birds. And the other slides that we have, I'm running out of time. Let us speak about them. Well, I guess then it's it. Thank you for listening to me.
Well, I think it's very different when there is a live speaker presenting something, because well, you see, everyone becomes so active, and now we are so full of emotions. But now it's high time we continue it, and now it's our Finnish partner. It's Aimo Koistinen from Finland, representing the Safari Service Aimo Koistinen Company. So, Ayla, we give the stage to you once again, so please.
Hello, Mikkel. Hello from Minari. Unfortunately, Aimo Koistinen was not able to take part in this because he's very busy with his business. So I promised to present it. We were asked to present a company whose activities are based on nature and who are interested in trilateral cooperation between Finland, Russia, and Norway. So the natural choice was Safari Service, owned by Aimo Koistinen. It was established in 2005, and it says here, it all started with love for nature and fishing. That means that when Aimo was a small boy, he went fishing and hiked around in nature with his father and fell very much in love with fishing and nature and all things connected with nature. So it became work for him, and now he earns his living from things he likes to do in his life. So we can move to the next slide, please. Or shall I share the screen? Can you hear me? Yes, right. One reason why Aimo Koistinen is interested in cooperation with Russia and Norway is that his company is located in Nellim. It's only about 35-40 kilometers from the Muotkavaara tri-point of Russian, Finnish, and Norwegian borders meeting each other. And it's on the shore of Lake Inari. So it's very natural that he wants to cooperate with Russians and Norwegians. We can take the next slide, please. Right. And all the activities of the company, they are based on nature, on natural things. And they are mainly based on Lake Inari and its surroundings and wilderness areas in the region. And activities include natural things like fishing, hunting, hiking, picking berries, canoeing, rowing a boat, and also guided tours. Aimo Koistinen is a competent guide. And he also organizes Northern Lights trips and tells visitors about local life and our nature. He also arranges transport services and equipment rental. And now the next slide, please. And he has also accommodation services by Lake Inari and in wilderness, very natural, very ecological solutions, wooden cottages, tents, things like that. And the next slide, please. And he rents canoes, rowing boats, fishing boats, motorboats, snowmobiles, and all kinds of clothing, snowshoes, fishing gear, etc. So he's a full service. Yes, he provides full services for visitors. Next one, please. And now we have been talking the whole day about a green shift, green business, green values, green solutions. And it is a very important thing. And that's why in all business activities, we have to, for example, try to find new solutions for motor vehicles and services. We have to find solutions that have lower emissions and are more ecological, for example, electric solutions. Because ecological way of thinking is crucially important nowadays, as the previous speakers have already pointed out. The next one, please. Yes, and then he mentioned some of the hopes he has for trilateral cooperation. What he hopes for are easier border crossings in future, free movement across borders like we used to have between Nordic countries before the pandemic times, better traffic connections. He's very much hoping for road connections and possibly a railway connection. And less bureaucracy in border crossings especially. And he also would like to have more connections with neighbors, colleagues in neighboring countries. So that is a short presentation of Safari services. Thank you.
Ayla, спасибо за прекрасные виды озера.
Ayla, thank you very much for the beautiful views of Lake Inari.
Thank you.
And now we continue. And the next report is Nickel Resort project presented by Dmitry Fomenko. Excuse me, Andrei Fomenko. Good afternoon. Colleagues, friends, and partners, we are glad to welcome everyone in our house in Вторая школа, in the second school project. And well, I hope you are happy and you communicate, because after all, communication is the most important aspect. We can introduce ourselves, find friends, and the emotions we have, well, we have to express them somehow, and we have a good place to do that. So today I would like to present some of the projects done by the Development Center Second School, Вторая школа, and all the projects that we do with the support on the part of the government. And today I wanted to show you the projects that have already been implemented or are being implemented right now. In December 2020, we had a very important conference, the closure of the melting and smelting facilities, and in Nickel, and we tried to find the alternatives for it, we have many projects, actually more than 30 of them this year. Some of them are being implemented, some have been implemented. One of them is Nickel Extreme. And during conversations with experts and developers, we see it as an adventure resort, something that can be the anchor for the town. We expect different activities. We're thinking about the location. For example, the hillside near Nickel, we attract developers. 2 weeks ago, actually, we had a concept. Some of the locations, the places we're going to place our facilities in. And now we're thinking about the marketing aspect. So I hope we'll be able to present the concept, and next time we will do it, we will present the project in the framework of Nickel Extreme Park. And I hope we'll be able to come to an agreement. We're thinking about the name, maybe something like, well, Heart of the Arctic. Well, after all, we have a small island in the lake. And when we have a bird eye view, it looks like a heart, actually. And it was like an so now we were planning about the international event. We were talking about the agenda because our goal was to unite the volunteers, where to invite the volunteers from other countries. But sadly, we were limited only to Russian volunteers because the pandemic took place and changed our plan and the features. We had 30 volunteers from all the corners of Russia, Kemerovo, Moscow, St. Petersburg. So we were united against a challenge that poses our citizens, because we have a river that goes right through Nickel, a very a contaminated river filled with different domestic things. You don't need to go to the next slide yet. Please wait a bit for it. It was full of many different things, something you can't even imagine, actually. Like bicycles and wheels. And actually, we have found mines there. 3 mines that we pulled out of water. Well, I don't know, maybe they were diffused like this or something. So our consciousness gets to that point, and I'm glad that we managed to pay attention to such an important aspect. Now, apart from everything I've told you, we also had a competition of looms, and we had like production facilities. And I wanted to mention the Smart Environment, the plastic recyclement project that makes small-scale architecture like benches, flower pots, from the plastic that is recycled. And we have facilities like that in Nickel, actually. They have made a slope that goes up to the river. And it is actually made of recycled materials. We are proud of it. And this is the future. We are paying much attention to the recyclement of plastic, and it is one of the key features of green business. We have Yuri here in the room. here represents a major company, Uralgrid, that is meant to recycle slug. And we wanted to quicken this project because we hoped that this synergy, this recyclement, will make a push in the development. But sadly, the closure of borders doesn't allow us to keep up with the idea we had in mind. But we'll hope everything will be fine, and we hope that the recycled material, the material we recycle here, will be useful for our colleagues, our neighbors. Yeah, I completely agree. So, this year, our process has been slowed down a bit, but we hope that next year we'll have trout facilities. We already have water areas for it, and I hope it'll begin in the spring, and we'll have a farm that grows trout. Well, I can tell you much about the projects because, well, there are many projects. And we also have a concert coming up. But I want to draw the line and show you a small clip about our volunteer camp. Because, well, we ask our neighbors to take part in it. We hope that representatives of Norway will join us in the camp. So thank you very much.
Один из важных и интересных проектов этого года
One of the main projects this year is the Volunteer Campus, a place for people who care, a place where you gather friends, a place where you find new thoughts, and we are glad that you have come here on the border with Norway, and I hope that your day will be full of adventures, and you'll be able to make this town a cleaner place.
Спасибо, Андрей. Ну, да, пожалуйста.
Thank you, Andrei. Yes, some comments.
Touching to see, because it shows that you have been able to engage the youth. And I believe that when people participate directly, they will not pollute themselves, anything by themselves, and they will also teach children, friends, everyone around themselves the consequences of what is злоупотребление реки. So I think this was a very good example for many to follow. Thank you for the film.
Спасибо, господа генеральный консул.
Thank you, Madam Consul. Well, we also have some time to show the second film, the one which was mentioned, those 30 seconds.
Welcome to space, where a whole new universe is waiting for you. Endless landscapes, glistening waters, sky-piercing mountains, airy cities, and only 15 people per square kilometer makes Norway out of this world. With a coastline longer than Germany, Italy, Spain, Greece, France combined. There's always something new beyond the horizon. Personal space isn't a privilege here, it's geography. Welcome to Space on Earth.
Да, спасибо, но вот прекрасный фильм про Норвегию.
Thank you, but this the film is wonderful, but the territory, this cross-border territories that we have here is also wonderful, and all these places are worth seeing. The rivers that we have, all the potential that we have, everything that we have for the development for bilateral tourism. Thank you to our speakers, to those who came here offline, and thank you to the interpreters and our technical support who went through this exam today. Well, probably, Mr. Consul, you would like to say something?
Three very successful sessions, I believe. First, the plenary session, then the session on green economy, and then this session on tourism. And I believe all these sessions were interconnected on topics that touches us all, because the challenges that we are facing in the future will affect every country. Therefore, we need cooperation between states, between people, and between business. And this gives us opportunities also in the border region, in the north, to cooperate. In the future, it gives us a foundation to expand, to rasherate already good cooperation. And seeing how successful and interesting today's event was, I just really looking forward to the time when we all meet together with the participants from Norway as well. So thank you to the organizers and translators. Thank you. Oh yeah, there is one thing next, but that's General Counsel Astrid Nærum is going to talk about. It's a secret, so.
Oh, хорошо. So in a minute, we will present the concert of the Norwegian Orchestra, of the Broadcasting Orchestra, shortly called KORK. I would say it is not only famous in Norway, it actually has a very good international reputation. And we will present some classic pieces. And right now, those who are present in Nikel, they may see the concert online. And for those of you who are not in Nikel, you shall have received a link so you can listen to the same concert from your screens. And I think I will leave it with that and let you experience KORK directly. Thank you.
Свернули, ну, закончился наш семинар «Бизнес. Трехстороннее измерение». Вот, и совершенно как-то так очень расслабленно, хорошо в секции природного туризма. То есть, представляете, насколько сам
Our webinar is over, and I want to say that, well, we are all relaxed. You can see how much this nature tourism affects us. It relaxes us so much. So we move on to the concert. We will watch it together. And there is a surprise for us for the concert for those who are offline. And Astrid will say something else about the orchestra during the concert. And now, for everyone who watches the translation, the broadcasting right now, that is some information. Well, we have 17 minutes.
Все желающие посмотреть концерт, посмотрите в описании прямой трансляции на YouTube. Там есть ссылка. Также ссылка
Well,
на...
those who would like to see the concert, you can use the link which is provided in Zoom here in chat, and also in the description of YouTube broadcast, you can find the link to the concert as well. So if you want to see it, use the link, please.